Welcome to all of you. I am just switching my view here so I can see all your beautiful faces coming in from all around the globe. So lovely to see you. So welcome as you are coming together from all over the globe for these days of practice and celebration and really honoring the culmination of your journey through the MMTCP. And for those of you who can't join us live but are watching the recording, a big welcome to all of you too. So I am Ann Cushman, and I am one of MMTCP's guiding teachers, and I have had the great joy of being a mentor in the program for the past 8 years. So I really know how much heart and care and hours and hard work on your part went into this moment. And I am bowing to you deeply. And in just a moment, I am going to be turning you over to your wonderful Qigong Dharma teacher, Tisha Bell. But first, Jack and Tara have asked me to give you a little outline for our day and our weekend and our time together. So we have got a full weekend ahead, and I just want to name that the schedule may be a little bit fluid. We may run slightly over in some things, but basically, the flow of the day is going to be that we'll be starting with about 45 minutes of Qigong here with Tisha. And then at about 45 minutes past the hour, there will be a little break. The next session will be Jack and Tara talking about evolving as teachers, nurturing the capacities of heart and awareness that bring out our full potential. And in this session, you'll not only hear from Jack and Tara, but you'll have a chance to connect with and hear from and be inspired by each other. And then Dalila Bothwell, who is another one of our wonderful mentor leaders and teachers, will lead you in a guided meditation. And this will be a chance to sit together and connect in this global community and really integrate some of the teachings from Tara and Jack through our collective practice together. Then there will be another break. And then Jack and Tara will return for a session on compassion in action, tending the world. And again, you'll get to hear from one another. I keep pausing and looking at your faces. So if you see me looking from side to side, it's because I'm clicking through the screen so I can really be talking with all of you. And so after that session with Jack and Tara, we will flow right into carrying the lamp. And that is your blessing and graduation ceremony. And so at that point, you will all be fully certified mindfulness teachers, but that's not the end of our weekend. You'll get to come back tomorrow and you'll take the next step on your journey together. So you'll have a chance to choose from 7 different workshops led by some of our amazing MMTCP mentors. And there'll be things like awakening joy, the business of mindfulness, mindful parenting, and skills for working one-on-one with your students. And then you'll also hear from the Alumni Association about ways that you can stay connected and continue to grow and learn in this community. And you'll also hear from previous graduates of the program about how they are using what they've learned in order to make a difference in the world. And then at the end, we will close with a dance party led by our awesome La Sarmiento, another mentor within the program. And that'll be a way to really celebrate. So we hope you stay tuned with us all weekend long. And now I'm going to turn you over to Tisha Bell. And I know you all are familiar with Tisha's wonderful teachings on embodied Dharma and mindfulness from his videos in the early months of the programs. Many of you may have taken his class back at our opening gathering. And Tisha is a recognized Zen master in the Rinzai Zen lineage. He has dedicated his life to the integration of Dharma, Tao, Qigong, and martial arts. He has a 6th degree black belt in Aikido, is a lifelong practitioner and teacher of Chinese internal arts, and focuses on the healing aspects of Qigong and meditation. And he has been a big supporter and part of the MMTCP program since its beginning. So, Tija, I am turning it over to you now.
Thank you, Anne. Wonderful. Kind greetings and warm welcome. Such a delight to be here with you today. Wow. And of course, congratulations on your significant accomplishment in the MMTCP. It's my privilege and my joy to have the opportunity with you today to do a little bit of practice, and that integrative practice we sometimes call Qigong or Qigong Dharma. And of course, it's similar and unique from our yogic practices and other forms, including dance, that we use for embodying joy, for being present here in our bodies. So the practice of Qigong and Qigong Dharma, as you may well know, includes the fusion of principle with the practice of the form. So Qigong is not just waving your arms around and moving. It is an integration with three primary features of practice. And one certainly is the form. So the various forms that we've used and the way that we practice is very important. The forms themselves are simple, and as always, simplicity opens to depth. We bring that in a integration with the breath, so we have form and breath in this wonderful synchrony. Now, all of this works together with our heart's intention, and our heart's intention for wellness and well-being is central to everything that we practice in meditation and embodied arts. So, intention, breath, and form come together to be greater than the sum of the parts. And that integration helps us be present in our bodies as we practice the important principles of our Qigong. And that is learning how to underdo range of motion so we can really celebrate and feel in the flow of our practice. The relaxation is dynamic, it's not rigid at all. Of course, always being present. So these features of our practice are really give the spice, give the energy, give the qi to our Qigong. What I'd like to do with you now is to do a few of these important and interesting practice forms, and then we'll sit for a few moments, and I'd like to share with you a couple of forms that you can use for your contemplative practice, for your meditation practice, and also they're just good for any time of day for those of us, all of us, that sit and work with computers or work with other forms like that, or at the desk. Very good. So let me invite you, as appropriate for you, to please stand and join me, and we'll begin just doing a little practice together in our Qigong Dharma. Once again, so great to be here with you today, and just as Anne said, deeply celebrating you with that deep bow of your care and compassion for yourselves and for the world. As we begin, let's find a way of standing where the feet are relatively parallel and probably about shoulder width or so, and you feel comfortable in standing here, being present in your body, relaxing into the flow of the breath and so on. And as you begin to feel the bottoms of the feet and the connection with the earth, with gravity, that connects us to our beautiful planet. We're going to do the practice, the Qigong practice of mindfulness through the 5 fields. And we begin with the field of the feet and ankles and just move easily. There's no prescribed way to do this. Just feel in, a little forward, a little back, just to kind of feel the pressure, the presence of your body through the feet and ankles, all the miles that those wonderful aspects of your body have taken you. And now that easily opens from feet and ankles into the legs, knees, thighs. So we're just moving, feeling, being present. That's it. Very easy, right? That opens into the hips and pelvis, and feel free to move with ease as you connect here with the body. Feet, ankles, legs, hips, pelvis. And as that opens into the upper body, we're just feeling here, including the limbs. Move as appropriate for you. Just opening, free, fluid motion. Finally, with the eyes open, just move your head and neck a little bit again. Under doing range of motion, just stay present in that feeling, connection. Very good. And just let that settle now so that you feel your essential alignment, connection with the earth, the energetic axis, the central column of your body flows through the material of your human life and opens through the crown of your head into the spacious sky. So we're present in this human form, connected with the earth, connected with the universe, connected with the sky. Allow the breath to soften and deepen naturally. And feel the dignity of your uprightness, whether you are seated or standing. The knees are unlocked and you're feeling the vertical axis of your body. Let that sense of settling down into natural abdominal breathing begin to take place. So the heart, mind, spirit, along with the body, is relaxing in this very potent way. We practice in our Qigong from the relative stillness of seated or standing forms into motion. And we'll begin with the first action today, which is called radiant body breathing. So from this poise of stillness and relaxation, we open out with an in-breath. The limbs come up and then smoothing down as the palms face inward towards the body. Relax, bend your knees a little bit and release that down. This is the cycle of our breath, in-breath, and then release as it comes down. Remember, there's no hurry. You want to be present in feeling, present in allowing this smoothing and soothing action for the nervous system, for the body. In-breath. And now release, smoothing down. So with the palms, with the arms, you may well feel a magnetic quality, subtle though it may be, releasing down to the earth and then breathing up Earth's energy. And then releasing down. Very good. Let's do one more cycle here. Now with this in-breath, we complete let go, release, and find your way home to your standing meditation posture, which holds the dignity of the structure, and yet you can relax and release inside the joints. You don't need to hold anything except for the essential integrity of standing. Let the breath continue to settle downward. The sense gateways smooth and open. Relax the space of your eyes. Very good. Let's do a complementary practice to radiant body breathing, and that's central channel breathing. So bring one hand over the other, doesn't matter which. Feel this space of the body flowing up from the earth along the central column. Turn the palms upward, out through an open crown of head. With an exhale, just settle down. Feel your heels, bend the knees a little bit, and breathe in, a whole body breathing. Release. In-breath and feel the nurturance of the earth, healing energy, flowing all the way up through like a fountain through the crown of the head, settling back in a gentle water-like flow. Very easy. Whole body breathing, whole system wellness. Good. Last cycle. In-breath. And as you release this time, eyes open, soft gaze. Release downward. Let go. Feel this space of your human being, connected with the earth, connected with the sky. The breath relaxed, deepening through your body. Very good. Okay, well done. Let's do a practice now that helps to open the spine. Very simple practice. It's called pulsing from the core. And the core of the body, in this sense, is the spinal column, all the way up energetically above the head, beneath the feet. And it happens like this. So you gently spiral and wrap so the backs of the hands are inclined. As you do, breathe naturally now and feel the back part of your body rounding. Settle the hips down, bend the knees a little bit, bring the chin in lightly, just like this. And now we'll do a breathing cycle where you in-breath, lightly roll the shoulders back, settle down, wrap forward, in-breath. There it is. Yeah, good. You find your rhythm and your rhythm of the breath. So this is easy, enjoyable. Important to have joy in your practice. Just feel the simple pleasure of just being here. Breathing. There you go. So very good. Feel this ellipse in this action where you're rolling back and settling down. Effortless. I might remind us to underdo the range of motion. So you get the fluid sense in your shoulder space and through the length of your arms, all the way down to the heels with the exhalation. Again, the whole body is breathing. Good. And we do one more cycle here. In-breath. Perfect. And just let that settle down. Find your way into release, let go, feel that essential integrity of your standing. You can be deeply relaxed and in that quality of poise, at the same time relatively still, not rigid. The balancing pattern here is to open the front line of the body by lightly rolling the shoulders back. Put your hands kind of towards the back here to open. Feel the sternum, the heart, lungs, chest open just a little bit. Then lift shoulders, and we're rolling forward once again, inclining the backs of the hands. Exhale down, flow back, lift and lengthen. And very good. Good. Find your flow, your rhythm with an easy breath. So it's full breath here, in-breath. Exhale. And release. Feel that roundness as the heart opens in the front. Feel that fullness as you wrap forward, the heart opens in the back. Good. Now let's do one last cycle here. As you complete this cycle, that's right, just let that release now, settle, return to your standing meditation posture. We just be present to what is here right now. You know, in the practice of mindfulness, there's no way that we're trying to make it be or are supposed to be. We're present to what there is. The flow of sensation, the flow of the breath happens as it does. We're just being present with it, feeling the arising, the presence, and the passing away. Good. Just that easy in the aspect of centered alignment, natural grounding. Excellent. Our next Qigong practice is called full spinal breathing because it really skillfully engages the whole spine in this gesture of opening and closing. And it's like this. We're going to have the palms up as the elbows come back, once again lifting the heart, lungs, the sternum lifts a little bit, heart is open. And as you exhale, you come into a bit of a bow with the body. So the tailbone settles downward, the chin is in, the head is lifting out. Just find that shape for you and your unique body. Now in breath, and we come in and out of a flow with full spinal breathing. Exhale. That's good. In breath. Just this right now. Just being present. Feeling. Breathing. Being. Let that fullness of the breath and the fullness of the exhalation be a nurturance to your whole system. The mind and heart, the spirit, the emotional body relaxed. Relaxed, naturally aligned with your heart's intention for well-being. There it is. Okay, Let your hands come out and do this practice. Just settle that down, just like gentle rain returning to the earth. And then let go into the relative neutral and stillness of your standing practice for just a moment. Beautiful. Okay. This practice is sometimes called the opening and closing breath, but also called the yin-yang breath. So working with that opening and polarities. Notice today we're doing a lot of practices so far with the whole field, whole body breathing, but with a certain focus of the field of the heart. And opening the sides and the length of the column of the spinal column and the nervous system. Beautiful, wholesome practices for us. So here's the opening and closing breath. We're going to spiral forward, inclining the backs of the hands here. You can make a little bit of a bow with the spine by bringing the chin in and relaxing the hips and pelvis down. You get a beautiful spinal stretch there. Underdo it. In breath, expands. And exhale. In breath. There it is. Good. Feel the whole body breathe. Everything opening and closing in this gesture of balance, relative symmetry. That's great. Good. One last cycle here. In-breath. Fullness of in-breath. Feel that spiral. Exhale as you come forward. Let that settle down with your natural breathing now. Returning to your standing meditation, feel those moments of release through the body. It's not an off and on switch. It is gradual release, natural stasis in the relative stillness of your standing practice. Good. Let's complete this standing portion of our Qigong Dharma practice with what's called integrating breath. This is such a great practice, can be done anytime. It's great to do first thing, great to do right before you go to rest. It's a clearing practice, very similar to radiant body breathing, except this time we're turning the palms downward with the exhalation, releasing and clearing the water element through the body, through our kind intention. So it's an in-breath here and an exhale here. Settle that down, release, neutral, and begin another cycle. This too happens with your rhythm of the breath. So it's settling. If your rhythm is a little faster or a little slower, let that be. You're feeling into this practice, which is in harmony with your own body, your own rhythms of the breath. So settle that down, release. With an in-breath, you're slightly forward, feeling the balls of the feet, and then with the exhale, lightly back towards the heels. Just in feeling. Fullness clearing through. Clearing through. Good. So as if that space were like a water table that through the kindness of your attention and intention, releases to the earth. In breath, breathing in the healing resonance of the earth and connecting here. Very good, very good. Last cycle. Once again, as we complete here, we return to our standing form of meditation practice. Feel the body relaxed, alive, resilient. Feel the whole space of your human being, including heart, mind, spirit. Just being here in this day of celebration, of moving forward, of the deep contributions that you already are and that you will continue to offer to a world that needs it so much. All right, my friends, deep bow, well done. Now, let's come to sit for a few moments together. We'll complete our session today with sitting, doing a little of that seated Dao Yin that I mentioned earlier. A few moments of our deep contemplation together in this interconnected web of being that we share so joyfully. Now, whether we are standing or sitting in a chair, on a cushion, wherever it is that we may be, in this aspect of practice, we're feeling alignment. We're feeling this essential quality that is sometimes called centeredness, which is honoring that earth connection, the presence and the fullness of our human experience, and the universe by any name. So we're feeling that simultaneous integration of the earth, our humanity, and the sky. So have that sense of alignment. It's not at all rigid, but it is a fluid, alive connection through the aliveness of our human being. So we're going to relax into this presence of breath, and we're going to practice with the qualities of the breath. Yes, in mindfulness, we're not particularly cultivating, we're present with. With that said, it's important from time to time to cultivate the qualities of the breath. In cultivating the qualities of the breath, we allow that time in which we're practicing mindfulness of breathing to be more complete. Our human life is more naturally vitalized. So feel that natural uprightness, the grounded presence of your being here. And we begin with natural abdominal breathing. It's relaxing the space of the diaphragm in its natural flow of, with the in-breath settling down, with the exhalation, the natural lift for the release of the breath. So just get into it for a moment. Feel your breath. As you feel your breath, soften the space of the sense gateways. Soften your eyes. Let the jaw relax. Let the ears and hearing just be in that receptivity, nothing to acquire. Relax the tongue and let it rest naturally in your mouth. Soften there. Very good. Now with this essential alignment, we're going to do our first Tao Yin practice. These practices have been done over centuries, sometimes millennia, in the way that we move and orient the body to allow a natural opening. The first is the spinal spiraling staircase. So you're going to draw one side back and the elbow is pointing outward. And then with an in-breath, we're in the center and we lightly spiral from the base of the spine, then the middle spine, and finally the head. And then release everything back to center. Draw the other side back, in-breath, spiral, and return to center. In-breath, spiral from the base of the spine. Feel the ease, underdoing range of motion, never pushing into discomfort, pain. Honor your body. Good. One last time on each side. Spiral, base, middle, upper. Complete your exhalation. In-breath returns you to center. And excellent. Return to center. As we breathe here, the qualities of the breath are soft. Soft breath, natural breath. Relatively fine, relatively smooth. Good. This next particular practice is called opening and closing the door of the heart. And this is a wonderful practice for the middle section of the spine, although the whole system, of course, is engaged. And it's like this. Bring the hands up with the palms forward. Yes. And now exhale as you spiral forward, inclining the backs of the hands here. Bring the chin in a little bit and feel that opening of the back, gentle closing of the front. Now in-breath, press the palms lightly outward and feel the heart field front open. That's your in-breath. Here's your exhale. Find a rhythm that's smooth and even. It works for your cycle of the relaxed breath. Exhale. In-breath. Opening the front doorway of the heart energetically in the safety of this space. Exhale, opening the back doorway of the field of the heart in the safety of this space. Last time, exhale. Just let the hands come down, relax. into your gesture of meditation, whatever that may be. And we continue with that softness in the field of the eyes, relax the jaw, tongue rests naturally in the mouth, and feeling this dignity of presence, of settling and connecting earth, open through a clear and radiant body, opening to the sky, to the heart-mind intelligence of the universe, which of course you are. We've begun in the cultivation of the qualities of the breath with a certain softness, a certain fineness that's appropriate for your pattern of breathing. It's relatively deep and smooth and even, not forced. We cultivate by allowing qualities. It's not a top-down control. It's water. It's the water method. Nice and easy here. Be present in the field of your heart. And feel this space all around you as a protective field of life, of energy. It's a transparent membrane that honors the heart, the quality of your endeavor, the recognition of your presence of centeredness, connecting you to the resources that you've cultivated, and in this sense of our interconnected way of being with all of life, with one another, feeling the support, the connection that our community offers and that we offer to the community. Let's just settle for a moment in that radiant alignment, feeling both the safety and the contribution of your radiance. Well done and well practiced. Wonderful to be with you today in the beginning of this celebration. So take that feeling of both protection and the natural boundary of your centeredness and the beautiful life and contribution of your being. So we're going to take a little break now for a few minutes until the top of the hour. And at that time, Jack and Tara will welcome you and begin what they are going to begin with. So once again, take care, and just so great to be with you today. Much peace.
Oh, welcome, welcome, friends. Namaste. Blessings. These last minutes, I've been just looking at you. It's so amazing still to sense us, these 75 countries plus, each of you in your own time zone, climate, your spots in your bedroom or office or kitchen table, or a few pets. And here we are, this field of togetherness. Yeah, it feels like there's a certain magic. And I want to follow Anne's beautiful welcome, saying, when you entered 2023, it's the end of kind of the winding up of pandemic devastation globally. And I thought to myself, wow, our world so needs you. I'm so glad you're choosing this path and sharing teachings. And now much more has unfolded, and I've never felt so strongly. And I suspect you know exactly what I mean, that what you and we are offering is so needed for these times. So please know for us, these 2 years revealed what an amazing cohort of humans. You are so much dedication and care and brightness. And we hear, from the mentors and from through the live sessions, just how much you've given your hearts. So it's really exciting and special right now to be here and celebrate you. And as you move forward, offering teachings, carrying the light of these practices to our world. So just a short pause as we are beginning this time, um, really to honor who you are, your dedication, what you bring. So this session is titled Evolving as Teachers. And I thought maybe we'd start with a brief reflection, invite you to take a few breaths again. I know you've been arriving in presence with the amazing guidance of Tija. Arriving again, just take a moment, let your attention go inward. Fresh, just this moment. And scan your body and your mind and sense, well, what's it like in this moment? Maybe sensing what wants to let go. We so habitually recontract. What might want to let go a little? Feeling the breath, letting your senses be awake. Noticing the quality of presence right here. I'd like to invite you to bring to mind maybe one or more teachers who have touched you in deep ways. Any time in your life. And as you do, ask yourself, what are the qualities in this person that have most served to inspire me? So what are the qualities you feel are at the heart of what makes someone a good teacher? And as you reflect on this, uh, you might share on the chat and certainly journal if you'd like some words or just a phrase. What really is it? What's the essence that makes someone an inspiring teacher? sharing on the chat, just a word or a phrase. I'm just going to read some as they come: vulnerability, presence, compassion, integrity, warmth, wisdom, humility. They cared and shared their wisdom and joy, asked meaningful, reflective questions, loving, caring, teaching in love, generosity, humor, grit, purpose, generous and giving. They continue to be students, connection, love, acceptance, openness, generosity, open-heartedness, humble, serving others, teaching from the heart, space holder for my emotions, nurturer, listener, realness, warmth, embodied presence. Oh my gosh, I could keep going. Yeah, take a few full breaths and let's, if your eyes are closed, open them. So, friends, whether it's conscious or not, we have a sense of what makes teachers inspiring and effective. And you might remember the readings from Parker Palmer, educator par excellence. So he writes about asking students this, and he highlights a common denominator in responses, which really has to do with passion and personally alive about what they're teaching, embodying it, wholeheartedness, that inside out love for the teachings. And you might remember this, but he also asked for descriptions of bad teachers. For fun, I'll just share one that was really memorable to me. Their words float somewhere in front of their faces, like balloon speech in cartoons. When we're nervous, we're not in our body, we're disconnected. I hope you don't see balloons in front of me ever, but it happens. So, knowing that we were going to ask you to reflect on this, I was reviewing my life teachers, those who've inspired me. And the first teacher who touched me, and I was really aware of it, was in third grade. Her name was Miss Meissner. And she was young, even in my 8-year-old eyes. And she was soft-spoken, passionate. So I lived in a poor urban city near Newark, New Jersey. And all I registered then was I loved her. And I wasn't alone, because even the most dedicated troublemakers who thought she'd be easy gave her Valentine's. And I figured out that she genuinely liked all of us. And she let us know she believed in us, that she respected us. So there's something about that, loving our students, truly respecting them, believing in them. And it's interesting, as I went through spiritual teachers who've inspired me as an adult, each had that same communication as Miss Meissner did, that you have basic goodness, Buddha nature. You can do this. You can awaken. You can love without holding back. You can be free. One Tibetan teacher described this trust as the dedication to never give up on anybody. And I really love that one. Never give up on anyone. I mean, just imagine as you teach, sensing in each the awareness and the spirit awakening through them, and also knowing that everyone needs to be reminded of their potential. We forget what's possible. I met a young woman, this is like about 20 years ago. She was deeply traumatized. She was desperate for help, and she would stay after every class every week. And often she'd be trembling. It was very difficult for her to come and be around people and feel safe. But she viewed this practice as her last hope. And I realized in some way she stayed after to connect with me because in some way she was asking, please tell me I can get better, that healing's possible. And that's all I did, for 3 years. And I did believe because I saw the longing and the light in her. Also, I connected her with a good trauma therapist, and we have been in touch all these years. She now teaches in a private high school, and she's teaching mindfulness to teens and faculty in her school. It's the greatest gift that you offer in teaching, mirroring the goodness, helping others trust their Buddha nature. It's why I really love the word and the gesture of namaste, seeing the sacred in all. I mean, imagine if our world really took on that practice. Just imagine how it would be. So it's valuable to look at what gets in the way when we're teaching of resting in this kind of embodied love for it and that sense of namaste. What stops us from embodying our own full potential as channels of inspiration? And often what we see, and we've talked about this through the 2 years, we sometimes refer to it as selfing. It's really just the patterns of our ego, the patterns of insecurity or self-consciousness, of anxiety, striving to please, the fear of being judged, mistrust of others, maybe they won't get it. It clogs the channels. So I'm bringing it up today as part of the closing because the point isn't to get rid of ego ever. What I've seen in myself and so many others, that a key part of evolving as teachers is simply an honest, friendly relationship with selfing. Not adding the selfing of judgment to selfing. I know you understand. Because here's the thing, we inevitably get caught in teaching, taking it personally, evaluating. Okay, so I'm pausing and I'm sensing me right now. And there's a part of me, this is just usually there. Well, how am I doing? Is this engaging? Am I being authentic? Do they like me? How am I comparing to Jack? Do they like him better? You might know that joke of the man in the bar, and he's confessing to the bartender, I know I'm nothing, but I'm all I can think about. So I suspect that each of you has been tracking your own versions of selfing. And the truth is, it's so natural that to some degree, we all hitch our worth and our lovability to how we're doing. We're wanting to be more perfect. We're anxious about failing. Will I draw a good number of students? Do I know the answer to questions? Will I be helpful? Will they like me? And it's especially strong when we're new or trying something different. I saw a cartoon where a patient saying, "Oh, doc, I'm so nervous. This is my first operation." And the doctor says, "Oh, don't worry, mine too." You know, and most people are not that casual. There's anxiety about imperfection. So a key inquiry as a teacher is, how are we relating to the inevitable selfing, the insecurities, the anxiety, the pride, you know? And I think so often of Ram Dass. He says that when I first started practice 40 years ago, I was filled with judgment and craving and anger and impatience. And now, decades of meditation and prayer, and I'm still filled with judgment and craving and anger and impatience. But the difference is now they're like these schmooze that come and go. They don't really bother me. So what changed? And it was his relationship to the selfing, just seeing it, not taking it so personally, being good-humored. Selfing, the changing currents in the larger sea of our being, if we can remember that we are This is Ram Dass's language. We are the loving awareness that includes the expressions of ego. And it's true. So I want to just close this part of what I'm sharing with 3 supports that help us remember the larger truth of who we are so we can relate wisely and kindly and cheerfully to the selfing schmooze. Just that word lightens my way of relating. Okay, the first is when I did my teacher training, one of the most healing parts of my cohort was sharing with each other, confessing our selfing around teaching, and include inflation, feeling important, and deflation, feeling like an imposter, and everything else, all the different ways we were anxious. And anytime we could name it to each other out loud, there's just less identification. We didn't feel like we were alone. The way Dan Siegel puts it, name it and tame it. By the way, we usually think about our insecurities, but specialness really is part of what separates. Thinking we're the sage on the stage or the guide on the side, and then feeling shame about the arising of self-importance. I really know that one. So share it. Share the inflation and deflation with trusted others. It de-shames. It helps us remember that we are not the currents of selfing. They don't define us, and that we can reconnect with a larger truth. So that's the first one. The second that helps us wake up around the selfing is before you begin teaching, and every day, ask yourself what matters. Because in the moments that you connect with your sincere aspiration, what you really care about, in those moments, you're no longer living in that small self. It opens you to a wider field of consciousness. It feels like homecoming to more freedom. And really, we become so much more spontaneous and natural when we are remembering what we care about and living in a larger space of being. Share with you a verse from Mary Oliver. She says, as long as you're dancing, you can break the rules. Sometimes breaking the rules is just extending the rules. And sometimes there are no rules. So I feel like getting in touch with the sincerity of our aspiration allows us to dance more freely, more naturally. Okay, so the first one is share it, name it out loud. The second one is remember what you really care about. And the third is that selfing relaxes when you remember you belong to an amazing movement of spiritual awakening that's been going on forever, so to speak. So just to remember all of us, remember the lineages we've emerged through, thousands of years, different continents, known and unknown beings dedicated to waking up, to loving, to helping, to being all that can be and helping others in the same way. This isn't a personal teaching. This is awakening awareness, a universal wisdom and love that's teaching through you. It's teaching through you. Okay, we're going to explore this, evolving as a teacher in reflection, and you'll have a bit of time to journal, and then we're going to move into small groups to share. So if you'd like, just take a moment to, if you need to shift around, change your posture in any way, and then we're going to do a reflection. Let yourself settle in a comfortable posture, awake, at ease. Close your eyes, lower your gaze, whichever is better for you, and come into stillness. Now take several long, deep breaths. And let the breaths help to collect your attention. Long, deep, full in-breath, and then see with the out-breath if you can release any tension that has accumulated in your body. Now begin scanning and sense this inquiry. What are my growing edges as a teacher? And just look at what you sense might get in the way of flow or presence or your full potential, what I've been talking about as selfing. You might sense, what are the beliefs I hold about myself or others? What are the feelings, whether it's insecurity or anxiety, judgment, self-doubt, or feeling important? What do you sense is between you and really teaching from heart, from spirit, with that kind of spontaneity, freedom? And you know, just check. And keep in mind whatever you feel most might get in the way. Sense how it happens. Sense what it's like a bit when you're kind of caught in that. There may be some situation that helps you really get in touch with it. Now, imagine that you could journey into the future, maybe 10, 20 years ahead, and bring this challenge, this pattern of selfing, into an encounter with your future self, an older, more awake, evolved version of yourself. And if the language of future self doesn't resonate, feel free to substitute high self or awakened heart, or any words that point to the most evolved expression of your being. And just visualizing your future self, this evolved beingness, especially the look in their eyes as they see you and you meet. The face, the welcome. Just notice what their presence is like, how it feels to be with them. And take some moments to let your future self know about whatever within you might be keeping you from your full potential, whatever conditioning feels most challenging. To sense in some way you're offering your awareness of this into the field that your future self occupies. And then be still, receptive, open to whatever wisdom and care is offered back. What message does your most awake heart want you to remember that might serve you as you continue to teach? What message does your most awake heart want you to remember that might serve you as you continue to teach? So in the quietness, just take that in with an open heart. Now taking some moments to imagine the awareness and wisdom and heart of your most awake inner being, your future self, completely filling you, infusing your being, and radiating in all directions, filling the space around you, really merging with the boundless field of loving awareness, the shared field of loving awareness. So as you return to this moment, you might sense how this awake awareness is living with you right here and now. And take a moment to journal whatever message you most want to remember and trust. And naturally, you can continue to journal as you'd like. We're going to soon move into breakouts, and you've done this before. There's going to be 8 of you in a group, and you'll each have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So share in those 2 minutes the message from your own wise heart. You might name the edge in teaching, but just share that message. And you'll take turns. Naturally, you'll hold a space of presence and care for each other as you share. And so in a moment, you're going to be receiving the invitation to join a breakout room. And if you're interested, this isn't obligatory. You just click join and you'll be sent there. If you don't want to, don't click it, and then you'll stay in the space for the duration and you can reflect and journal. If you find yourself alone in a room, don't worry. Steve will be looking for rooms with one person and move you into a room with other people. So when you get there, wait, meditate, journal, and then when everyone's there, you can begin. It helps to have a way to decide who's first, although with 8, it might be a little challenging, but I'm going to suggest the person wearing the brightest color, and you can be easy about that. Just see how that works. So again, you'll have 2 minutes each. You'll see on the timer, there'll be a timer to let you know when to switch. And, practice presence, practice presence. At the end of the time, you'll see a 1-minute timer start when the rooms are going to close, and you can leave your breakout and rejoin the space at that time. So I'm going to repeat the question once more is what is the message from your most awake heart that will serve you moving forward in teaching, that will help you meet your edge and wake up around what's there, wake up around the selfing? Okay, so what was the message from your most awake heart? Okay, Steve, let's open up our rooms.
Hello, friends who've decided to stay in this room. If you are in this room and you do want to go into a breakout, you can just throw into chat your name and I will find you and add you to the breakout. So if you're in this room and you would like to be in a breakout, but you have not received an invite, you can just toss something into chat and I'll see you. Hi, Bethany. I see your request. I will find a room for you, Bethany. And then Jennifer, I see yours as well. Hey, Bethany, you should be getting an invite. And Jennifer, I'm going to get you into a room now. There you are. Okay, Jennifer, look for an invite. There you go. Hello, Dwayne. You'd like to join as well? Perfect, Dwayne. I will find a room for you. There you are, Dwayne. Just a moment, Dwayne, and you should receive an invite to join. If there's anybody else in this space that would like to join a room but hasn't received an invite, just let me know in chat and I will find a space for you. Todd. Hi, Todd. Let me get you a space, Todd. Okay, Todd, you should be seeing an invite. All right, Tara and Jack, I think that's everybody back in from breakouts.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Tara. I'm just so moved. I love seeing the comments in the chat about how important the community is and the connection. And it's both a joyful time to come together, and it's also a little bit poignant because we make such a heart community. And you have with one another in your mentoring groups and in the bigger groups, and just privately, your mentors love you. You know, they talk about you, and there's this beautiful sense of connection that's grown over these 2 years, and dozens and dozens and dozens of meetings and groups. And it's really a connection of the heart. So, and Tara, I have to say to you, dear, we've been teaching together for decades. I knew Tara when she was little, not quite, but, and you have just blossomed like the participants into this wise and heartfelt and loving teacher that it's such a joy to be together with people, you know, that you care about and that you can share this opening, and we get to do it together. And I'm here in Costa Rica leading a retreat, and I'm running into people at this retreat who have done MMTCP or are about to do it. But the ones who've done it, there's this kind of joyful spirit that says, oh, I've done this, I'm part of this, I've still got my connections, because it changes you, it changes everybody's lives in this profound way, and we can see it, it's visible. And Tara and I both we've given ourselves to this over these years, are immensely happy and proud that we're part of this group that can offer and share together in this kind of a program. And so it's graduation time, and I'm a little bit mixed in some way, because we're about to send you off, and we will, in a beautiful graduation and so forth. And one part of me wants to put like some extra sandwiches, like Tara was doing, and some food and bread for the journey to make sure you're all okay as you go out there. And another part, I was touched as I was looking at you and remembering being 8 years old when my father received his PhD. And my father was not very easy. He was at times kind of mentally ill and difficult. But on that day, he got that velvet hood that you give when you become a doctor of whatever it is, a PhD or an MD. And he came over and he said, now I'm really part of the community of scholars who contribute to the world. He had this big smile on his face. And there I was, 8 years old or something. And I felt so proud and happy for him and with him. And it's how I feel with you. You know, it's 2 years is a long time. And I've watched you blossom and grow in all these amazing ways. And it makes me really joyful to see. So we have a few more minutes to kind of reflect on what else to put in your backpack or to send you off in some way. And one of the most important things, especially in this time, for those of you in the US with all the immense political upheaval and other parts of the world, when you reflect on your teachings, people want peace, but they don't know how to do it. And what you all carry is a great medicine that the world needs more than ever now. I've been writing about it in these last weeks and standing up in different ways. Wisdom and compassion is so needed. And people get caught and intimidated and fears. And of course, politics works by trying to scare people. And there's so many emotions. And it's also a very tender time. I'm feeling it in the groups at this retreat. Many confused people, what do I do? And you have the medicine that can help people settle and strengthen. And probably the first thing that you can do when you come together with your students is create a field of respect and listening, of mindfulness and compassion. And one of the simple ways to do it is that, you know, when people ask you questions, when they ask me questions, one of the things I most love is to try to listen for what's the gift in that question. And even if it seems like a foolish question or a very obvious beginner's question, then I might say, oh, that's a great question because so many beginners have it. Or that's so interesting, let's look at that. And the minute that I tune in to the curiosity or fear or whatever, the feeling behind that question, and connect with that person and value them, and value that question, the whole dialogue changes. And they're invited to feel that they can learn and open, and everybody else is in it together. So really see that in each person, no matter what they do. And then don't forget to let your heart be touched by it and speak. You can say, this is what I value. This is what's worked for me. Here are the things that I also have wrestled with. Or, this is such a great question. I had it too. And they feel like, oh, it's not like you're above them. You're with them in some beautiful way. Dharma teachings are transmitted from warm hand to warm hand, from warm heart to warm heart. And somehow you're there with them with a sense of trust. You communicate it. I mean, I think of this class where someone came, new meditation class, and sat for a while. And what happened? I asked, you know, what was your experience? And he was, you know, he was an executive of some kind. He said, I got quiet. And all of a sudden I was back 6 years ago, shoveling red earth on my daughter's grave. And then he began to weep. And everybody's like, what do you do? I said, let's take a moment. Let's sit together. Let's hold what we all have in our hearts right now, which is tenderness and compassion. You have that, you carry it, and it's an enormous gift, that kind of trust that you can offer. What also helps as a teacher is aligning with the best of their spirits that Tara has also talked about. As Meg Whitley says, you serve as a beacon of this ancient story that tells of the goodness and the generosity and the creativity of humanity. And thus, these teachers you identify by their cheerfulness and by the compassion. It is an ancient story, and students want to feel that you care for the world and for them. And then you invite them to feel their own care. For me, before I teach, it often helps to actually clarify my own intention. Sometimes if I'm at a Buddhist center, I'll kind of turn around and look at that Buddha sitting behind me, you know, that image, and say, okay, I'll do the best I can, you know, I hope you've got my back, or Kuan Yin, or whoever it is. But I think about the ancestors and the people, all the teachers that Tara had us reflect on, and I feel them supporting me with, they've got my back, saying, do the best you can, offer the best you can. It's also helpful when I start my classes, I do a little bit of metta. And I look around at all these weird people, weird as I am, you know. And part of the favorite thing that I do is I look at them and try to picture them as kindergartners, as 5 years old or 6 years old, you know, because they've got all, they've grown, they've got all their adult persona, but in there, I can see it. What would they look like? What did they look like when they were 5 years old? And my heart just opens to them. And I say, oh, you and you and you, now I know who I'm talking to. Yes, you have the big brain and you've studied and you've got all this, but in there also is the child of the spirit. And that brings a kind of poignancy because we're in this together. You feel the sense of gratitude too, that we get to share and support each other. The Zen poet EQ writes, every day I hear the priests chant the sacred words. They should pause and learn to read the love letters sent by the wind and the rain and the blossoms and the moon. And so we see the original beauty, innocence of one another with metta, and say, here we are in this marvelous world. Yes, it has difficulties, but there's also something extraordinary happening as we do this together. We're reopening to that mystery. It's also, you can see the kind of sincerity in almost everybody that comes, and recognizing that sincerity and tuning into it, acknowledging it, people then feel valued in some beautiful way. It transforms them. And of course, we learn so much from one another. People will ask questions, and here you are as a teacher. And a few of the most important things to respond are, of course, first, what makes you ask? And already it drops to a deeper level. Well, I'm really asking because of my family member or my job or my whatever. And you go, oh, it's not just theoretical, it really matters to them. And then you can ask, what have you learned about this? And you're inviting that wisdom heart to start to open. Oh, yeah, I've actually learned this. And then you can turn to your group, your class, and say, what have others learned about this? And when you do, the room becomes wise. It's like all these answers will pop up like out of the garden, the flowers and the vegetables. I learned this, and this is what I've learned. You almost don't have to teach. They teach each other. And you can start to feel the profound value of community, which is what you've learned in your mentoring groups and in being part of MMTCP. And of course, how important it's going to be to continue your relationship with other teachers so you don't get isolated, the community of teachers. It's also critical to continue your training and learning, whether you do retreats, which I really hope you do, whether you continue getting training in trauma work or in diversity. You can do in trauma, you can do EMDR, you can do somatic experience, do some trauma training. Consider doing insight dialogue. It's an amazing out loud practice. Internal family systems, all these things that help you understand how to bring mindfulness and compassion into and between people. Read poems, read stories, listen to other teachers, keep a notebook, keep a file of things, steal. I love the god Mercury in the Greek pantheon because he goes between the worlds and he happens to be a thief as well. And if I hear a good poem or a story, I immediately go, oh, that goes in my file. I want to use that. So many ways we can grow. So this growth of this program, you're still in the thick of it in some way. It's an adventure, an experiment. Nobody's ever been in 2025 before in this wacky time, in this gorgeous planet. Jack did say insight dialogue, by the way. But keep your beginner's mind. And naturally, as Tara points out, you will have your doubts. There's the self-doubt, of course, but there are also so many things you don't know that I don't know, that we don't know. And it's a really refreshing thing as a teacher when somebody says, help me to, can you answer this? What is it? You say, I don't know. I don't know. We could discover it together. Let's look more deeply. The poet Wendell Berry puts it this way. He says, it may be that when we no longer know what to do, we come to our real work. That when we no longer know which way to go, we will finally be on the real journey. The mind that is not baffled is not employed. The impeded stream is the one that sings. And so this quality of openness, of not knowing, of let's discover together. Let's be present for the mystery, for one another, for the way things unfold. Tara talked also about selfing, and what works for me, you know, I used to get nervous at times in teaching, and then as the groups got bigger, I would be comfortable with a small group, but what if you have 100 or 1,000 or, you know, bigger? And then one day I realized, wait, this isn't about Jack. I'm not teaching Jack. I'm teaching the Dharma. I'm teaching compassion, wisdom. And I sort of could feel myself with that simple thought, step out of the way. Do they like me? Do they not? Did I do a good job? What grade do I get? A minus, C plus, whatever. It's not about you or me. It's about here we are. Let me offer from my own warm hands and heart the things that I feel that most help and support and touch you and allow you to be steady and wise and loving and strong in the midst of this all. The point in this beautiful and troubled world, and for you with your students, is not to fix them. It's to love them. To love them and inspire them to love themselves and the world around. And out of that love, they will act beautifully. They will bring their care. So here's 2 questions for you to reflect on as we sit here together. The first question, and you can write them down, maybe you could journal for a couple minutes, and then we'll take the answers in the chat. The first reflection is, what will most nurture my capacity to teach well? You know, as we go forward, what is it that will keep me nurtured and strong in my teaching? And then the second question is, what am I ready to commit to in this next season of my teaching? Because it's helpful to sense what would nurture you. This would be great. And then to get real. I remember talking with dear Sharon Salzberg. I said, what do you do when you meditate, Sharon? She said, I sit down and I get real. So it helps to not only know or sense what would nurture you, but then to say, what am I willing to commit to in this next season, in this next year, in these next years, that will nurture my capacity to teach? So just take a couple of minutes to reflect on these 2 questions. What will nurture my capacity, and what am I willing to commit to? And journal them, reflect as you do. And once you have a sense, it's really the conversation with the heart. Once you have a sense, then begin to put some of your responses in the chat, and we can share them. What will most nurture my capacity to teach? And what am I willing to commit to? Training, practice, the way I live, that will really support this. And I'll pause for a minute and not read from the chat, even though it's great that you're putting it in there. But I'll just let there be a little quiet for a moment first. So now I go to the chat. The practice of Sangha community. Commitment to meditate regularly, being nurtured by my connections with others, deepening my own practice, showing up no matter what shape I'm in, continue self-care, to teach a weekly class, to practice rain when I go off track, to set healthy boundaries. My own practice in Sangha, repeated over and over again, actually staying with my practice. Somebody asked again, Sharon Salzberg, what's the best practice to do, or is there some, way we can evaluate or measure what's good and bad in your meditation? And Sharon Smiley said, the only bad practice is the one you don't do. Daily ritual, going beneath the surface, creating a community, taking time for silence, continuing my peer group, spending time in nature. What's beautiful is that we know how to do this. You can read it in the chat, and the chat is like a little window into the awakened consciousness and heart of all your peers and friends and beloveds and colleagues. It's showing you that we know how. So I end this little time with you, putting the velvet hood over you and preparing to send you out in a really magnificent way at this time in the world, with so much that you carry of blessing and benefit. I read this passage to you from Toni Morrison, one of the greatest writers, Nobel laureate. She says, I know the world is bruised and bleeding, and though it's important not to ignore its pain, it is also crucial to refuse to succumb to its malevolence. Like failure, chaos contains information that can lead to knowledge, even wisdom. Both failure and chaos have a wisdom in them if we listen. This is precisely the time when artists and teachers go to work. There's no time for despair, no place for self-pity, no need for silence, no room for the fears to be lived in. We speak, we write, we teach, we do language, we create art. That is how civilization heals. And you, dear ones, are carrying the healing medicine that's so needed in your communities and schools and businesses and families. And isn't it gorgeous that we get to carry it together and offer it, especially when people don't know it? You say, how about, would you like to know how to center yourself, how to tend your heart, how to stabilize and focus and bring a sense of love and goodwill? So now it's my pleasure to introduce Dalila Bothwell, who is one of our celebrated, wonderful mentors and mentor leaders, part of our mentor leadership team, who's going to lead us in some meditation. So we actually practice together. Here we've been talking about it, but how do we practice together? And some of you know her well and know what a fabulous teacher and leader she's been. Dalila is a healer and a nutritionist of all different kinds of how we nourish body, heart, and mind. She's a breathwork practitioner. She's been meditating for decades. And she carries the medicine that links the body and the heart and mind together. So thank you, Dalila, for all you've been offering to this whole community, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for that lovely introduction, Jack. So I understand You all have been sitting and being still for the last maybe 75 minutes or so. So let's begin with some movement of the body. I invite you to stand if you'd like, moving the body in ways that feel good. If you want to stretch, we'll do a little shimmy, shake, twisting wrists and ankles, the core possibly, or simply moving the eyeballs up and down into the corners of the room, letting those eye muscles get a break from staring straight ahead. Maybe loosening the jaw. So our first foundation of mindfulness is the body. And so before you practice these fathom-long bodies, let's treat them well. And continuing to do that, I'll give you a few more seconds. And so we'll be practicing for about 30 minutes, and then you'll have a break after our practice. So know that that's coming. And anything I offer today, please know that it's an invitation and a suggestion. So whatever practice is best for you at this time, please do that if it's not what I offer. Yeah, and it'll be a rather spacious meditation because I know that you have been receiving words for the last hour or so. And so really wanting those words and to be planted in your consciousness and your awareness, and to allow space for that to seed, maybe even fruit a little. So that's how we'll proceed from here. And at the end, I'll ring the bell 3 times and I'll let you know that that's coming. So whenever you're ready, finding a posture that's best for your mind and body and heart at the moment. It could be sitting vertically, it could be lying down, it could be standing or even walking meditation. Whatever is best for you at this moment. And your eyes can be open or closed. Either way, inviting softening around the eyes. And let's enjoy a minute of quiet together. Taking our time to find an attitude of allowing, of becoming a place of welcome for our experience, just as it is. You might find it helpful to support that allowing by taking a few deep breaths, allowing the feedback system to settle. So it could be breathing through the nose and exhaling audibly through the mouth, letting it all out. One or two more at your own pace. Allowing the breath to return to whatever rhythm appears. Allowing the body to rest in whatever chair, cushion, or couch that you're on. Allowing it to be supported also by the energy of the earth underneath. Knowing that you are supported, inviting softness to any places of contraction or tension. Just right here, right now. Resting in kind awareness. Resting in our place in the goodness of humanity. And as we go into an extended period of silence, it might be supportive for awareness, for kind awareness, to place a hand on the belly and or upper chest, maybe the shoulder, a kind touch to yourself, remembering the body, the heart. You might also bring a half smile, inner or outer half smile to the face, which also invites softening and ease. Remembering that our experience, whatever it is, as it is, belongs. We belong. Archbishop Desmond Tutu wrote, "The truth of who we are is that we are because we belong." experience to have its own rhythm, trusting in whatever is arising. Nothing to change, nothing to do. Resting and belonging in presence. The truth of who we are is that we are because we belong. Belonging to the present moment, belonging to this Sangha of people on this call and this program, belonging to ourselves. Belonging to this lineage of awakening, of compassion, of awareness. Belonging to humanity. The formal practice begins to wind down. I invite you to check in with the body, simply noticing with kind awareness how the body is right now. Without judgment or story. And now inviting kind attention to the movements of the heart. How's the heart right now? This moment is just like this. And now turning kind attention to the qualities present in the mind. Simply noticing how's the mind right now. And with body, heart, and mind, acknowledging the merit that's been generated by our practice here today and through the last 2 years. May the goodness of this merit ripple out and return back to ourselves. So ripple out to all those that we may meet along the way, human beings and more than human beings. May the goodness of this merit continue to serve awakening and beauty and freedom. And may it be so. I'll ring the bell now 3 times. When you're ready, opening your eyes if they're closed, returning to your surroundings, maybe looking up and down, all around, taking in colors and textures. Moving the body in ways that feel good again. Stretching, twisting. Wishing you all well on the rest of your journey. Thank you for your practice. And now you have a 15-minute break. So take good care.
Hmm. Welcome back, friends, and thank you, Dalila, for that really beautiful space for coming into meditation. Yeah, so just arriving together yet again, feeling that sense of shared presence and warmth and attentiveness. I thought we'd start this session, which is on compassion, with the words of L.R. Nost, who says, "Do not be dismayed. Do not be dismayed by the brokenness of the world. All things break and all things can be mended, not with time, as they say, but with intention. So go, love intentionally, unconditionally. The broken world waits in the darkness for the light that is you." So this is by way of maybe carrying forward how Jack ended our last session with that sense of what really brings healing to the world. And a core dimension throughout this training has been really teaching the practices of how do we live from love? You know, how do we hold each other in this world with care and compassion? And I get inspired by a way that Bill Hooks puts it. She says, the moment we choose to love, the moment we choose to love, we begin to move toward freedom, to act in ways that liberate ourselves and others. So I find for myself that that language of choosing love is really helpful in teaching and also in my own life, that this understanding that love and compassion is innate to our being and it needs intentional cultivation. It needs us to choose. And I know you know that that's true now more than ever. I suspect, like me, you have encountered in yourself and in those that you're with that deep question of how now to navigate this growing shadow of our times. And I'll say the most regular question that I'm hearing from dedicated practitioners, from many people really, how do I deal with the anger I'm feeling, the hostility, my own sense of us, them? You know, how do we choose love in such a dangerous world? So maybe as a way of opening that question, Steve, if you would, to put up an image that gives us a bit of Buddhist wisdom. And this is an image that I think is useful. When you're angry with someone, it helps to sit down and think about the problem. This is the sacred pause, and you can spell pause however you want. Thank you, Steve. That's good. So here's what I'm finding, and you may sense the same, that the experience of danger is spiking. And with that, there's just a natural growing of us, them, of bad othering. And I'll use that term just because it's a quick way of saying turning others into the ones that are less than, that are bad, that are less human, bad othering. And what it means to have a dangerous world is that many people, many of our students will say we need to grow the love in our world, but they're feeling afraid and overwhelmed and reactive and armored and can't find a pathway right now to an open away cart. It's too dangerous. There's a sense of threats everywhere, which I'll invite in another illustrative image, if you will, Steve. This is the next one I wanted to share with you about the sense that danger is everywhere. And you understand it's in the air. So thank you. So and the cartoons can be fun, but what I want to name is that human created dangers are real, they're growing, And we and all those that we're trying to serve are feeling it in our nervous systems. So what we bring to the world is needed more than ever. And these compassion teachings and practices that are wise and whole. And I want to emphasize the wholeness of them because it's crucial that as we teach, that we honor that love and compassion, it's tender, it's inclusive. In other words, we need to disarm our hearts. And love and compassion is also fierce, engaged, courageous. And I'm going to circle back to that because it has both yin and yang qualities. And it's the full understanding of that that I think can help us and many that we touch to meet these times. It's as Martin Luther King put it, the true love is not soft. It's a real soul force, and it's the hope for our world. Okay, so I'm going to take just a few minutes to review some of the key elements you've been learning that, as Jack says, you're putting in your backpack, carrying it forward, and then we'll do a reflection. And the first is that in teaching compassion, the key understanding is that the tenderness of compassion arises when we're touched by suffering, when we're actually touched by the vulnerability of hurt or fear or sorrow. And this is again universal, our habits not to want to feel that, not to want to feel what hurts. And certainly we don't want to feel the hurt that perhaps those we're bad othering are feeling. So one of the direct ways that we avoid feeling vulnerability is to blame, is to create an enemy out there. And there's many other strategies as well. But the main one, the main way that most of us avoid feeling vulnerable is not to offer our full attention to what's in front of us. Instead, we stay busy and distracted and speedy, and our online world makes it easier than ever to not really open to the rawness of how others are hurting. And I saw this in myself just, I think it was 2 days ago, so I thought, why not be up current with you? A friend sent me an article, and it was, I think the title said, Goodbye to the Lost Children of Gaza. And it wasn't about blaming. This was purely about mourning a tragedy. And so I started a quick scan, and I already knew. I mean, I knew UN had confirmed that 44% of those killed in Gaza were children, and most between the ages of 5 and 9. And they were killed through the bombings of their homes. And I was reading, and I was really restless and impatient, kind of skipping forward. You know how you do it. I didn't want to read this. And then some whisper in the mind said, choose love. And I knew I had to pause and deepen attention and let myself be touched by the terror that these children might have felt with the sound of the shrieking and the chaos of bombs. Or for those who weren't immediately killed, the horror of having injuries, amputations without anesthetics or medical supplies, of losing their parents. So I slowed down and I read it and I wept. And I'm sharing with you because I just am seeing day after day the ways I avoid letting myself be touched. And so I'm having to be intentional. I'm having to do what Bell Hooks says and really choose love. And that's especially true with those I habitually other. So I feel in teaching, especially as we're moving into the kind of world that is emerging, we need to honor out front that opening to compassion, and especially to those who are difficult, is a vulnerability training. It's a vulnerability training that we have to choose to open to what we habitually avoid. Remind you of James Baldwin, who writes, I imagine that one of the reasons people cling to their hate and prejudice so stubbornly is because they sense that once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with their own pain. So some students, I'll share this kind of thing, and they'll say, they'll say, yeah, it's really important we heal divides and we face vulnerability, but why should I be opening my heart to those responsible for genocide or for systemically terrorizing and subjugating women, or racial violence, child abuse, harms a great scale? And I so regularly think of Brian Stevenson, who's an African-American social justice activist. And he says, it's not about what they deserve. It's about what you want for your heart. A prison of hatred or the freedom of love. It's not about what they deserve. It's about what you want for your heart. A prison of hatred or the freedom of love. So cultivating compassion for difficult others, teaching people to do this is essential for freedom and also for the healing of our world. I mean, the Buddhist verse, it's become for so many a kind of sacred mantra that hatred never ceases by hatred, but by love alone is healed. This is the ancient and eternal law. And of course, there's the less poetic, when you're tempted to fight fire with fire, remember that the fire department usually uses water. So I want to say personally that for me, it is an ongoing practice to disarm from bad othering. Every day, taking in the news. Again, from this week, a very dear friend was sharing her distress because her brothers and her young niece, who I know, came to the United States from a very violent part of Central America, and they will probably be deported, and they're terrified. And so for me, it was really a process of starting with what was there, just anger towards Trump and to many others. This is global, what's happening, who are dehumanizing immigrants and refugees, and taking the time to disarm by feeling what was under the anger, which is my fear for them, a sense of helplessness. You might have that right now, sorrow. And then underneath that, care, I care. When there's anger, there's something we're caring about. And if we can teach people that when they're angry, there's something they're caring about, take the time to find that out. It says mindfulness teacher Ruth King, who taught for MMTCP, anger's initiatory. It's not transformative. So for me, if I can get down to the caring, I still have the engaged energy of the anger. I can respond however possible to help my friend, but I'm not armed with bad othering. Because here's the thing. When we reconnect with care, we see more clearly the truth about others. And I think Thich Nhat Hanh says it best. He says, humans are not the enemy. It's the forces of fear and delusion that are shaping the beliefs and that are driving the harmful behavior. Humans are not the enemy. And when they cause harm, it's because they're suffering. I've shared with you, I often get that image of an aggressive dog. And then if we look, its leg is in a trap. There's pain, there's hurt. And any moment of seeing that, of seeing another's vulnerability, it opens our heart, it disarms us, it connects us. I often bring to mind a gathering that was hosted by Van Jones, where he brought together a group of parents who were activists addressing the heroin addiction in South LA. And he had them meet with the parents from West Virginia who are struggling with opioid crisis. And these were hugely different groups in terms of their politics and their race. And they started out with all the conditioned distance and mistrust you might imagine, us, them. They spent a week together. And at one point during the week, they were asked to share pictures of the children they had loved and lost to drugs. And one man shared a picture of his son, and he said, the last thing I told him was, You got yourself into this. You get yourself out. And the whole group was in tears because they could feel the shared sea of sorrow. So this is something we can let our students know, that every person they encounter, anyone who seems like a them, has a picture they're carrying. Some deep loss, some wound, some betrayal, some hurt. If we can pause and slow down and look and sense, where does it hurt? Now, I'll bring in one more important question that you may get, because many wonder this. But if I'm reacting to a behavior that's hurtful, how will disarming lead to change? How will it help to open our hearts? How will compassion towards those responsible for cruelty serve to help those who are vulnerable? So I want to loop back to where I started, which is we teach about really two dimensions of love and compassion, that yin yang, that love and compassion has a receptivity. It's all inclusive, not pushing anyone out of our hearts. And it's engaged, it's courageous, it's protective for the well-being of all. And I think one of the best ways I've heard this phrased is from Roshi Joan Halifax, who says, we need to have a strong back and a soft front. We need to have a strong back. That's the capacity to speak truth, to be honest, to protect those in trouble. It's a fierce kind of clarity, and it's empowering. And that soft front that's tender, all-inclusive. So many people I run into are afraid to be compassionate and forgiving because they're afraid they're going to be hurt again, or that they won't be helping those who need them. So this teaching about the strong back and soft front really allows people to sense both qualities of love, tender and fierce. I want to share a recent example of strong back, soft front. Many of you are probably aware of Marianne Buddy, Episcopalian bishop. She's part of Trump's inauguration, and she made a plea at the end of her sermon to President Trump for mercy and compassion towards scared people, including immigrants, LGBTQ people, trans people. She's now receiving death threats for asking for compassion and mercy. I looked her up. Her book titles include How We Learn to Be Brave and another, The Way of Love. So this was an act of courageous love and compassion that can inspire more in the same way at a time in our history when it's really what's needed to save us. Again, from James Baldwin, the moment we cease to hold each other, the moment we break faith with one another, the sea engulfs us and the light goes out. So it takes a ongoing dedication to choosing love, inviting that with those we're teaching, a dedication to choose love, to support each other in choosing love, to practice with whatever is arising in our lives, wherever our own hearts are armed. It's as Rumi put it, gamble everything for love. So in that spirit, we're going to practice a little bit, and then maybe a little time for sharing. If you will, just to take a moment to settle and bring your mind and heart right into the moment. And let yourself bring to mind a difficult person, either a person's close in or public person, but not where there's trauma. We'd like to explore what it means to have a strong back and a soft front, where you want to widen the circles of true compassion. And just sense your intention for your own heart's freedom, for our world. Take a moment to let your attention be fully on that person, what makes them difficult, maybe something recent that really might have fueled armoring. And the more you let your imagination go right to what it is that triggers the defense or the anger, the judgment, the more it's possible actually to wake up from the armoring. So feel your reaction, let the attention go inward, the thoughts and the feelings, and just, you might name it, anger, judgment, aversion, whatever's here. And this is where there's some courage, sense what's under it. If you couldn't just stay in that level of reaction, what would you have to feel that's difficult under it? If you disarmed, what might you have to feel? Is it fear or hurt? What's the vulnerability that may be asking for attention? And as you check in, if you're comfortable, you might put your hand on your heart, but in some way energetically, bring a kind, compassionate presence right to wherever there's vulnerability. This is the beginning of disarming, just bringing care right to vulnerability within us. Soft front. And then the strong back, you might sense what's needed in facing outward, in responding, in navigating, so that you feel safe and strong and protected. So there's integrity, that you have your own back or the back of others who need you. So check that out. What's needed to have a fearless spirit, where you have strength and courage, a sense of dignity and power. There's a mudra that goes with it, the soft front. You might sense the soft front is the left palm open on a knee and cupped. It's a symbol of compassion, generosity, holding the world with care. And the strong back, your right palm's facing forward, your arms crooked at the level of the shoulder. And this is symbolizing protection, true safe refuge, dispelling of fear. Abhaya mudra. It's a powerful hand gesture. Feel the mudra. Feel the energies of the soft front, the strong back. Sense what might be possible in the next encounter or the next time this person comes to mind. And you might just be creative. If the heart is open and the heart is fearless, how might you respond? And then just energetically feel that yin yang of a soft, tender heart that is fearless, empowered, courageous. And sense that when these qualities are awake in you, who are you? Rumi says, out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there's a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make any sense. So as you feel called just to journal a bit, what is it you want to remember when you experience bad othering? What do you want to remember? What will help you choose love? In a few moments, Jack, I'm going to ask you to begin again. I know there's no way to explore this territory without having questions, because in a way, what we're looking at here is the most deep challenge humanity faces, that of feeling divides. And so just the invitation is to honor your question, to live inside it, to be open, and yet to keep on looking at what's possible, not to be dismayed by the brokenness of the world. All things break, and all things can be mended not with time, but with intention. So go, love intentionally, unconditionally. The broken world waits in the darkness for the light that is you. Thank you, dear ones. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, everyone, for your caring attention. It's just such a gift. There are things, perhaps I will say, because that's what I do for an occupation, to carry the conversation further and build on the heart and spirit of what Tara has spoken. But I want to start with a tiny bit of a ritual. We could have done it together in different ways, but I'd like to do it in this way. I have a bowl and I have some water. And I want to talk for just a moment about what we carry that is timeless. During our 2 years together, the world has changed. Our lives, our communities, our families have changed. We are in change. We're like waves on the ocean. And a friend of mine who did the Tibetan 3-year silent retreat was told when she went in by her Lama teacher, many people will be born and many people will die. And you are here to stay and connect to that which is timeless, to that medicine of love and timeless openness, no matter what happens in the outer world. When I went in to see Thich Nhat Hanh, he was in San Francisco on the last year of his life. He spent 6 months getting treatment, medical treatment there. And on the last days, we would go and sit in meditation. He couldn't even speak at that point. He was in a wheelchair. And after the morning of sitting with him and making a kind of silent connection, I was sitting in the kitchen with Sister Changko, his partner in running their Plum Village and all the teachings they do. And I heard that there was a retreat happening at Deer Park in Southern California. And I said, well, now that Thich Nhat Hanh has had his stroke and doesn't teach, are people still coming? And she looked at me, she said, oh, it's full with a waiting list, 600 people. And then she paused. She said, he taught us that we are him, he is us, and we are him. And the whole community could feel that. and come together. Poet Pablo Neruda, you can pick all the flowers, but you can't stop the spring. And so if we take a moment to reflect first on what has been lost, those who are suffering, those who've died in our time together. And then also remember, as Thich Nhat Hanh said, I'm like a cloud that rains on the land and goes into the river, the ocean, and it goes back to a cloud. I've never been born. I am life itself. If we hold in our bowl, the bowl of our heart, those who've gone, and the 250,000 babies that are being born today on this planet saying, here we are. And that our job is to open the heart to all of that. And so the tradition is to pour water, as I will now, and make a prayer for all those who've gone. And the beauty and spirit that they've left behind that carries on. And the new beauty and spirit that will come for all of it. It's a rebirth in the vast cycle of consciousness and life. And we get to become, as the teachers, the container that can honor and love, respect, and hold in the midst of it all. So take a moment, just reflect how much change, what's been lost, and who. And what the good spirits and the courage and vision has been left to you to carry. Building on what Tara was teaching, adding to it, I want to remind you, it's like my friend Dan Goleman when he was writing his regular column for the New York Times, and he said, we tell them what we're going to tell them, and we tell them, and then we tell them what we told them, the dictum of journalists. I'm reminding you as you teach to let people know that mindfulness has two dimensions: mindful presence, quieting the mind, tending the heart, and mindful response. Once you get quiet, then in this time, you see what's needed. And it's such a time of change, of species loss and climate change and racial and economic injustice and pandemics and all the things that we know. And we know something bigger or deeper as well. This is Robert Kennedy in the 1960s before he was assassinated. Speaking of the US measurement of gross national product, it counts prisons and nuclear warheads and advertising, cigarettes, and the logging of our forests. Yet the gross national product does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry or the strengths of our marriage and love relationships, the intelligence of our public debate, or the integrity of the best of our public officials. It measures neither our wit nor our courage, neither our wisdom nor our learning, neither our compassion nor our devotion to country and globe. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile. When you listen and hear it, this is the voice of leadership. It can't but resonate in your heart. We know this. We all know this. And you now, as teachers, go forth with the medicine to help people make the heart a zone of peace and an expression of compassion. And then what? As my first Zen teacher said, someone in front of you is hungry, feed them. Someone in front of you is cold, cover them. If someone is grieving, comfort them. There are tens of millions of hungry children in the US and hundreds of millions around the world, and grain elevators full of food elsewhere. It's not about food. It's about human lives and human hearts. You can see their faces, these children. And if you understand the way media and politics and all of the propaganda works, a lot of it is actually designed to disempower us, to make us feel the chaos that Toni Morrison talked about, to make us feel that it's too big, that there's nothing that we can do. In your class, if this comes up, and I'm speaking about it because it will come up, ask people, what's their experience? Do they feel this disempowered, that there's nothing they can do? And what is their best response? And invite the seeds of courage and wisdom to show themselves. Like the spirit of Gandhi, which is written in the stone walls where he was, body was burned and placed into the Ganges. And it says, before you act, visualize the poorest person, the most downtrodden person you know, and ask if this act will be of benefit to them. It's the work of feeding bread to the hungry. Ram Dass asked his guru, how do I get enlightened? Meet Karoli Baba. And he looked back, he said, with the eyes of mercy, he said, love people and feed them. How do I get enlightened? This is the selfless heart. Love people and feed them. Now, of course, when you talk about this, you can note to your students that these teachings can also bring up guilt and confusion. And then you can remind them of the Bodhisattva vow. Sentient beings are numberless, I vow to bring awakening or free them from suffering. We've talked about this, how kind of ridiculous, crazy, huge it sounds. But yeah, kindness is inherent to the human heart. Love is real. Remember, Mr. Rogers talking about what he learned from his mother, that when there are catastrophes and crises, earthquakes and hurricanes and terrible things, his mother said, widen your gaze from the trouble and look for the helpers. Look at all those who are coming in to clear the rubble, to bring their boats, to rescue people from rooftops. This is who we are in the deepest way. And then you can explain to your students that the Bodhisattva vows are really a direction. They set the compass of our heart that says, wherever I find myself, I will listen and act out of compassion, out of care for myself and others. And traditionally, one recites them over and over again. To make them, you can actually envision that we're part of a family. You are actually. And if you look at your global family and the national family and the political family that you're in, there are cantankerous uncles and, crazy grandparents and rowdy teens. Every extended family has all the wild things. But they're you. They're me, they're us, they're our family. And you don't put them out of your heart. You say, yes, how do we tend this family. And then you listen to Jose Andres from the celebrated El Bulli restaurant, one of the great chefs in the world, who started World Kitchen after the Puerto Rican hurricane, and they fed 10,000 meals in the first weeks. And now globally, World Kitchen has fed tens of millions of meals to people in Syria and Sudan and hungry people all over. He said, what we need is shorter walls and longer tables. And even when he started, he said there was knocking on the door from people, we want to help. One meal at a time, that's all. One tree at a time, like Wangari Maathai, the Nobel Prize winner, who helped greenbelt East Africa and planted 51 million trees and was also thrown in prison like most good Nobel Prize winners. But it was one tree at a time. As Mother Teresa says, not great things, but small things with great love. And you can have your students meditate, as Tara did just now with us, on what they care about and what might be a step. You can tell them stories as I'm telling, and invite them to feel that these teachings of the Bodhisattva are really for them. Not only are they for them, they're in them. But this is what our heart yearns for. That level of care and nobility. This is who you are. This is who we really are. So let's do a little reflection and some sharing. Let yourself sit and get quiet. And I'd like you to let yourself hear the voices of your extended family. And now your extended family is the family of beings, of the humans that are part of your literal family, and the community around, and the nations, and the beings in every form across the world that are part of your family, because of the trees. They breathe with you as you sleep. They're part of your family. The ants, they work for you in the fields where your food is grown, even as you sleep. This huge family. And as you reflect and feel the family of the earth, let yourself feel for this moment a calling from some group, some part of your family that is suffering and touches your heart. It might be refugees in makeshift camps. It might be the families that lost so much in the fires. Or the Uyghurs in China. Or the children who have no access to school. It might be the last salmon on some of the rivers that are drying up on the West Coast. Or the elder trees of the rainforest, seeing the trees around burn. It might be the caribou and the Sami and the Inuit people whose lives are intertwined with the caribou. Breathe and feel yourself intuitively touched by some group that is struggling. And now as you do, let yourself visualize, feel, imagine any way you can that you are inside their life. You are the salmon searching for the fresh stream that still has water in it. You are the eldest tree in the great rainforest, hearing chainsaws, perhaps. Or the Uyghurs in prison. Be them. Feel their consciousness and heart and spirit. What is it like? Not guilt, but what matters to them, to me? I am the salmon. What matters if they take down the dams, please? I am the children. What matters? I don't want to be forgotten. I want to be fed and safe. What do the one you choose need from those who care? And feel a call. You can lobby, educate, send money, speak about them, sing their songs, tell their story. Someone in this practice said, I'm now going to paint the pictures of the birds in the rainforest that are near extinction and give them to everyone I know. And as you reflect now, let us go into breakout groups for 8 minutes and share with one another in a spontaneous way. What came to you? Who do you want to stand up for? Maybe you can start with the sentence, I speak for the children. I speak for the caribou and the polar bears. So, Stephen, can we divide into groups for 8 minutes of sharing?
Everybody should be getting an invite to a group that wants to join.
Welcome back, friends. So this practice is really, to me, one of the most powerful.
Or I'm gonna jump in. We still have another like 30 seconds before everybody's back into this space, or before the room's closed and people are back in.
Okay, so I'll wait until 30 seconds. Okay,
Wait about a minute. You'll see the numbers add up at the top.
perfect. Thank you.
Closing room in 10 seconds, and that'll be 60 seconds. Well, Tara, Steve here. The rooms are closing and it'll take about 60 seconds to close. And in 60 seconds, everybody will be back in the space.
Okay, welcome back. Um, I really love the exploration we just did. It feels that the suffering in our world is that we've forgotten our belonging. And this exploration widens our sense of who we are so that we get that inside out sense of being part of each other, which of course brings a caring. We begin to think, instead of self and world, that we're really, our actions are on behalf of all of us. And so in that spirit of that sense of the collective, we are going to be now going into the kind of final rituals as we really end together as community, and just to honor the endings and the beginnings, and knowing that we're ending formally and we continue as kin. As Jack said, with the words family is so beautiful, that we're part of each other's hearts. And one of the most powerful rituals during this transition, I think, is to acknowledge our human imperfections, and with great heart to ask for forgiveness. The purpose, many of you know, the purpose of reflecting on forgiveness, and by that I mean both receiving and offering it, is that in those moments we begin dissolving that armoring of separation. It actually clears the way for loving more freely. So in the Buddhist path, the traditional end of a period of practice together in community is that the leaders get down and bow and ask for forgiveness from the Sangha. In other words, they step down from their role as a teacher. It's beyond roles, heart to heart. So in that spirit, that's exactly what Jack and I would like to do right in these moments. And I put my palms together with a lot of sincerity, that we truly have tried to fill our roles to the best of our ability, that our intention has been to meet you as equal hearts, that warm heart to warm heart, and to ask for your forgiveness for any way that we might not have done that, anything that has impacted you in a painful way. any way, for lack of sensitivity, that we might have caused you pain, through our words, through our actions, through our thoughts. We ask your forgiveness now. So please pause. Inwardly take a moment to sense if you're holding any hurts, and to feel our genuine care in asking for forgiveness and the possibility of offering. It's in the same spirit that we extend our forgiveness for any ways you might have caused us pain through your thoughts and actions. So this is all around human to human, forgiven, forgiven. And if you're feeling your own imperfection and how we've navigated together, please feel that forgiven, forgiven. You might even whisper the words and let them spread inwardly and outwardly without bound. Forgiven, forgiven, so that you're forgiving yourself, forgiving us, forgiving any conditioning that might have separated us from feeling that true belonging. And just notice what happens to the heart when that's our intention, to forgive, to let go of the ways we're holding against ourselves or each other. So, and this leads us really to the next part of our closing. And for this, you're going to need your journal in case you don't have it real handy. We have been speaking throughout about the path of the Bodhisattva, of awakening being, and right at the center of that is aspiration. This really is the heart of the Bodhisattva path. And you know in your life, when you're remembering what matters, it's a kind of homecoming. It brings you back to the essence of what you are, to that love and awareness that's really essence. Quantum physicists tell us, as do contemplatives, that we live in this field of possibility. In the way the Buddha puts it, that the world springs forth on the tip of intention. So the Bodhisattva's prayer, really, may this life, may our actions, our thoughts, our words spring forth from love, from awareness. May it serve awakening. So friends, this is the time for you to sense your own sacred intention in moving forward, to make your vow. It's a vow that, as Jack said, is a compass for the heart. It's nothing rigid. It's your pure heart's intention. So I invite you to keep it simple, to know you're now going into the world as a trained teacher, and to listen to your heart and to ask, what is my deepest intention in this role? To feel your heart and your body, to sense what most resonates as truth. Words might come up and you might say, and what is it that makes this matter? What really matters? What does my heart most care about as I serve in this role? And write down what you come to. Write it down. So in these next few moments, Jack is going to be leading you in a blessing cord ceremony that can deepen your sense of bringing alive what matters to you. Thank you.
So again, the vows are so beautiful and can be so important as the compass. Because when I know for myself, when I get in conflict and what should I do and figuring things out, if I get quiet for a little bit and remember what is the vow that I've taken, it often clarifies, oh, this is what I should be doing. This is where I should focus. It becomes a guide in what is otherwise sometimes a really confusing time. And of course, it can be interpersonal. It can be as simple as I vow to be kind, or it can be poetic or active in whatever way speaks from your heart. So then to carry the vows, I'd like us to create a blessing cord. And you as teachers can also then use the ritual of creating blessing cords for your students. And I've selected a red cord, although red and gold are colors. They're often used because they're the colors of the robes of a monk or a nun. So in the Buddhist tradition, it sort of evokes the sacredness of the tradition. And a blessing cord is a ritual reminder of something that you commit yourself to and that gives you blessing or carries blessing for you. And so I'd like us each to make a blessing cord, and then we can wrap it around our wrists, or I have one from the Dalai Lama that I had for years around my neck. So if you have one and you wish to, all of it's quite voluntary, hold your cord up and sense that this cord will be a reminder of 3 important blessings for you. And in order to carry those blessings, we will place 3 knots into the cord. The first is called the knot of refuge, which is to say, where do you turn for your deepest inspiration? What do you turn toward or inspired by? And in the Buddhist tradition, it might be refuge in the Buddhist and the teachings of the Dharma or community. For others, it might be refuge in that which is holy, in the great blessed nature of the earth. But reflect for a moment. When you look deeply, what is the refuge that you turn to that inspires and carries you? And when you sense this refuge, then tie a knot in your cord, which is a way of carrying it visibly and ritually with you. Simple knot. I go for refuge in this way. I find refuge. I turn toward refuge. Then the second knot to activate your blessing cord is the knot of compassion. Sometimes it's the fundamental teachings of not harming, that I won't harm through my words and deeds and actions. It's a cherishing of living beings. For some others, the language of the heart will be, I will act with care and compassion. With the eyes, I will see the beings around me with the eyes of compassion. Get in touch with whatever expression of compassion is true to your heart. I'm looking across the screen and seeing all these little squares and seeing what it's like to look with the eyes of compassion and love for everybody. So beautiful. And when you're ready, tie the second knot into your cord. The commitment to compassion. Now the third knot is the vow that you just wrote in your book, your bodhisattva intention. You know, there are these poetic vows. I swear I will not dishonor my soul with hatred, but offer myself humbly as a guardian of nature and a messenger of wonder. But whatever your vow is, it could be so simple. But you reflect, you wrote down a vow, you set the compass of your heart, and now you take your cord and remembering and reflecting this vow, you tie the third knot into the cord. And when you've done this, your blessing cord is now fully activated and alive. And if you could put it up someplace that you keep special things, but if you'd like to wear it, as I often do, you can wrap it around your wrist. And then the beautiful thing is you have to ask somebody else to help tie it at some point. Or you can, drape it over your neck and have someone tie it if you wish to wear it for a short time or a long time. Having it there, it's a beautiful reminder. It's also kind of a weird conversation starter. Like, what is that about? And then you switch on the little, very discreet and humble teaching mode. Well, actually, it's a reminder of compassion, or whatever you would want to say. So now I want to check in with you too, Tara. Are you here?
I'm totally here, I think.
Yes. So now that folks have taken their vows, is it the time to spotlight and let a few people give voice to their vows so we can witness them and hear them from one another?
Yeah, that would be beautiful. There's a power to saying them out loud, and we'll invite you to say them out loud in a little bit, but just to hear from a handful of people would be really sweet.
So raise your hand, Stephen, if you can arrange.
Absolutely. I see Sandy. Sandy, I'm going to ask you to unmute and bring you in.
Thank you so much. My vow with my teaching is to learn and help others learn that we can relieve our own suffering and the suffering of others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blessings, beautiful. Yeah.
And now let's hear from Amit. Amit, you're going to get an invite to unmute.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Tara, for this wonderful blessing. My vow is to keep teaching the Dharma with my whole being, no matter what comes my way. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, Matri, you should be getting an invite to unmute.
Thank you, Tara and Jack, for everything for these 2 years. My vow is, as a teacher, I will remain a student. I will be the guide on the side, not the sage on the stage.
Gorgeous, thank you.
Tim, you should be getting unmute.
Hey, everybody. My name's Tim from Wellington, Florida. Just want to say thank you, Tara and Jack. My vow I have here is to help people with love, honesty, and integrity.
Thank you. Maybe one or two more.
Excellent. Well, let's have, I lost my window here. Lee, I see Lee. Lee, come on in and share.
Thank you, Jack and Tara. This has been a really exciting 2 years for me. My vow is to courageously connect with compassion. That's in my living, in my teaching, and meeting people on the street, wherever, however. That's how I want to live.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe one more we'll hear from Francie.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for this 2 years. My vow is to bring everyone home, to love everyone, to love all of me, which is everyone and all beings.
So beautiful. And inspiring. Yeah, you know, I could just, when you're speaking, Francie, I could almost feel like maybe we should do 2 more years together. It just feels there's the sense of community and love and vows. Something has grown that's really special. And now we're called to carry it out into the world. So I'd like to do the next piece of our graduation ritual. And invite those of you who have a candle to bring it here. And if you don't have a candle, you can hold up your imagined candle. That's also good. Your hand has a lot of light in it. And holding your candle, when you're ready, light the flame. And this is the candle that represents the light that you will be passing on, carrying and passing on to others. You're in a mysterious and wondrous lineage of human beings who remember that it's possible to awaken in heart and mind. And we each do it in different ways. Some of you are rebels. Some of you are shy and introverted. You all have your gifts. Some of you are contemplatives, quiet. Some of you are activists, some scholars, some family-oriented, business-oriented, some are travelers. You all have gifts, each one of you. And in lighting this candle and carrying this, you can sense that the gifts of compassion and the gifts of mindfulness, of loving awareness, gifts of the possibility of living from love and an awakened heart, and the vows that you made. Not only do you carry, but now you get to offer and light the candles of others around you. And as you sense this together, sense that all beings, the trees and the whales, and the children yet to be born, and the grandparents, and the cheetahs, and the, species in the rainforest and the ocean, all beings are cheering you on. They're saying, yes, yes, we want bodhisattvas who care for this world and one another, who see us all as part of the family. And now, maybe you could unmute. Will that work, Tara, do you think? And let people speak their vows out loud so you can hear each other, even though it will be lots of words. What do you think?
Let's try it. Cacophony is good.
Yes,
Love and be loved.
my actions, words, and
From love, and to share
wholeheartedly
light,
being
to be
what I have, and have our own
words
unique
and
thoughts. Think
thoughts.
kindly
to those that need it.
before opportunity arises.
Service and not cost harm.
Control
People harm others. Soon will be able to
of my ability to
learning together,
belonging and love.
and men's joy
the
to
divine.
like
Oh,
feel
those seeds.
compassion.
Yes,
That have the deepest part of myself.
Of my ability
and peace,
act all
Well-being, compassion.
Awareness and compassion.
fun for others. You. Okay.
So amazing to hear your voices.
Ashe.
For this gift.
Thank you.
Shall want to be in the world. Compassion, loving kindness, forgiveness.
There's so many words that we speak. Many words we speak and hear, but to hear you speak from the heart, as you do when you recite these vows, there's something both tender and sacred. Like, this is really what matters, and we can hear your voice and feel it with you. And so as you carry this candle at this moment, know that you are now endowed with and celebrating the power of your vows and all of the training that you've done and all the blessings that you understand in your heart. To carry these for the years ahead, maybe for the eons ahead, for the benefit and blessing of yourself and all that you love and beings everywhere. And Tara, please.
Yeah, so this is recorded, which means we now have that sacred symphony of your words recorded, which I think would be really amazing to listen to again. And we are in our final moments, beloved friends. And one of the sweetest parts is just feeling the gratitude and actually letting our bodies feel it. Like whatever's in the heart right now that feels alive and true and good, just let it spread. Let it be as big as it wants to be. And that's what I'm doing right now. To feel our collective gratitude for what's unfolding here. And I'll say some words on the behalf of all of us, is gratitude to the mostly invisible holders of this program, our friends and staff from Sounds True. It's hard to describe the degree of their dedication and skill and care for you through these years. So to honor that, including the crew that's right here, right now. And then it's the crew of teachers and mentors and guest teachers and our beloved DEIA team. So much wisdom and commitment and gifts in guiding this program with us. And I'll just name in this moment my enormous gratitude to my beloved friend, Jack. And I know it's mutual in all directions. And you, our friends on the path, for your dedication and goodness, your great heart. You're so dear to us. So it's our bow. It's our time to bow to our inner life, to each other, to sense really the goodness of these moments. And we'll do a closing metta that's in this spirit. First, as we often do, let your attention pause and come inward, just to deepen the sense of what's right here. Honor the goodness of your dedication, of the pure heart that gives rise to your vow. It's a way of being more inhabiting the truth of who you are, to honor it, as if you could just bow in a namaste towards your own pure heart, that you care, that you long to awaken and to serve others. Sense that light of living awareness, loving awareness, living through you. And then if you're not on gallery view, please come on to gallery view, all of us. Yeah, just take it in. It's just kind of amazing. It's so tenderizing, eyes open. So you're actually looking to see the light of the divine, of loving awareness shining through others. And take a moment. It may be scanning and just stopping with a particular person randomly. And just with that inquiry, how is love and awareness shining through that being right this moment? Feel your blessing, that you're offering your blessing. May you shine forth. May you know who you are. May you help others know who they are. Just a few more individuals, just to get that sense of really looking to see the sacred. This is the essence of Namaste. And then feeling the whole collective, the light and love that is living through and extending out in all directions. So we close with a shared prayer, sharing the benefits of our time and awakening together, really honoring our belonging to this precious world. Just to imagine and feel us all, our efforts, our learnings, our work together, how this is seeding goodness all over the world. Just to sense that, the ripple. May the fruits of this, our awakening hearts and minds, be of benefit to all beings everywhere. May all beings realize their essence as loving awareness, feel filled and held in loving awareness. May all beings be happy, know the natural joy of being alive. May all touch great natural peace. And may there be peace on earth. May there be peace on earth. May there be peace everywhere. Peace, justice, compassion, true well-being for all. May all beings awaken and be free. Okay, class of this year, this cohort, this graduating class, if you have something to throw into the air, I have my Zafu. Do you have a Zafu or something? This is it. Congratulations, you made it. I'm throwing mine up in the air. Woohoo! We love you and trust our paths are incredibly woven.
Yeah, we love and we hope to see you tomorrow because there's this beautiful event. You've graduated. Now there's nourishment. Like there's a banquet that's going to be served for you tomorrow. Some of it is by some of the best mentors that we have, showing you how to teach joy or work one-on-one with clients, or how to respond to questions around psychedelics or the business of mindfulness, all kinds of really cool stuff from our best mentors. They'll be sharing from the Alumni Association how we can all stay connected with one another and continue to grow and learn from each other as teachers come in and groups and all kinds of things that you can learn from so that you're now part of this group of 7,000 people who graduated from MMTCP all around the world. You'll also, when you go through all of that, be invited to have a party. And La Sarmiento is going to be the dance party queen, hostess, whatever we call them, and help celebrate. So we're with you in all these ways. We really love you. You've been really good. In fact, you've been great. And we have great staff. And we love the men. We love all the people who helped us. And you are the creme de la creme. You're the best, this class. So it's wonderful.
Blessings and love to each and all.
Jeez.